Have you ever stood in a place so quiet that you could hear the light itself fading? Where the last warmth of the day lingers like a soft hand on your shoulder, and every sound, the rustle of tall grass, the low creak of a porch chair, seems to speak in a language older than memory. Out beyond the wooden fence, the field lies open under an amber sky. The air is cool enough to carry the scent of cut hay, yet warm enough that the earth still breathes out the day's heat. Somewhere in the distance, a windmill turns with a slow, patient rhythm, like the heartbeat of the land. It's the kind of evening where time doesn't push forward. It simply settles around you, as if the whole countryside has agreed to pause. And in that stillness, small things, the call of a single bird, the shadow of a drifting cloud, feel infinite. Tonight, I'd like to take you there, to the quiet edge of Miller's Field, where the light lingers a little longer, and the night waits gently at the fence line. The evening light lay over Miller's Field as if it had decided kindly to stay a little longer than usual. It settled across the tall grass in shallow waves, finding small hollows in low places, touching down on fence rails smoothed by many summers of heat and many winters of frost. The day was finished with its demands. What remained was the quiet that comes when a place has done enough and can be itself again. Just grass and wind and the sound of insects drawing their small music out of the dusk. Thomas Miller sat on the porch with the warm mug between his hands. The mug had a tiny chip on the rim shaped like a crescent moon, something he knew by touch more than sight, because he'd traced it for years without thinking. The tea inside was simple, mint and a little honey, and when the steam lifted, he could smell the sweet thread of the hive and the green, clean line of leaves bruised under a spoon. He did not hurry the drinking, he never had. Sips, a breath, another sip. In the slowness, he could feel a day gathering itself into memory. Out beyond the porch, the field breathed in long, even motions. A breeze came from the west, crossed the narrow gravel lane, and moved through the grass so gently that the grass did not seem to bend so much as remember how to bend, the way a person remembers a hymn they learned as a child. The old windmill answered with a single creak, as if it had been asked a question long ago and was still considering the answer. A mourning dove, late to the last light, offered 2 soft notes and then fell silent, the way a hush falls over a room when someone kind has said all that needed saying. Thomas let his back ease into the rocker. The chair accepted him the way good wood does, without argument, without ceremony, finding the soft places in his shoulders and allowing them to rest there. He did not think of work, though there had been plenty. The north fence line had needed attention, and he had spent the day stretching new wire and setting cedar posts, their ends still wet and fragrant where the saw had opened the grain. The scent of cedar hung on his shirt and in his hair, and now, with the light thinning, it folded into the coolness like a friendly companion who knew when to be quiet. He lifted the mug. The first swallow was warm along the tongue, then warmer still as it slipped down and settled. He noticed the heat inside him and the cooler air on his forearms. He did not try to choose one over the other. He let both exist. It felt like the field itself, warm where the sun still reached, cool where shadow had gathered under the oak limbs. The balance was the whole point. Day meeting night, warmth meeting rest. If you had been there, you might have noticed how the house held the evening the way a cupped hand holds water. The porch roof made a pocket of shadow where swallows had nested in spring. There was a little broom by the door, birch bristles bound in twine, and a doormat woven from old rope that still smelled faintly of the river from which the rope had been saved. Things had stories here, but they told them softly. Nothing competed, nothing asked to be remembered, and still somehow everything was. Thomas looked across the field to the ridge where the oaks were darkening. In the highest branches, leaves had begun to turn. Not all at once, just a few coins of gold spending themselves early, catching the low light and shining in a way that made them look almost lit from within. He thought of his father's hands lifting him, just a boy, to see the first leaf that had turned each year. "There," his father would say, "not much more, and that would be enough. Enough to mark the season, enough to teach a boy how to notice the world, not as a series of announcements, but as a slow conversation in which every pause mattered." He set the mug on the porch rail and listened. The wind, the dove, again farther off, the faint tick of cooling boards on the south side of the house, his own breath even and unhurried. He laid a palm on his chest and felt the steadiness there, in and out. The body knows how to do this, he thought. It learns the rhythm of its place. It becomes what a place asks it to become. A little quieter, a little kinder, the way a voice drops when you step into a sanctuary. He was not alone in the evening, even if no one sat in the chair beside him. The land was company. The tools cooling in the shed were company. The rows he had hoed and the loam he had turned, and the seed that had taken and failed and taken again. Each held a kind of presence, a memory that was both his and not his. He could name the fences by the trees they passed, the hackberry at the corner, the 2 ashes by the gate, the cottonwood down by the creek that dropped its soft white stories every June. The names helped him carry the world gently, as if by knowing it he was promising to take care. The sky did what skies do when day is closing. The blue deepened and softened until it was both darker and somehow lighter, like a wool blanket lifted and shaken just before it is laid down. A thin wash of peach lingered low in the west, but the rest yielded to the first stars, not eager, not showy, only present in their time. Thomas loved that about evenings here. Nothing arrived as a surprise. You could trust the order of things, and by trusting it, you became part of it. He had learned this slowly, by staying, by being faithful to the same field, long enough for the field to teach him its language. He rose, not because he needed to, but because standing let the body remember it had legs. He walked to the steps and put one boot on the top tread, the other on the second, and felt the wood under his soles. The boards were smooth where they had always been stepped on, rough where they were spared. The house had learned him the way he had learned the house. He thought of his wife then, how she had believed in small, steady acts, how she had stood in this very doorway, shaking flour from her apron into the yard, laughing when it caught the sunlight and turned to a little cloud drifting over the grass. He let the memory come. He let it rest there, the way a bird rests on a fence rail, neither caged nor demanded, a presence with its own quiet dignity. Back in the chair, he lifted the mug again and tasted the last sweetness clinging to the bottom. The mint had grown stronger as it cooled. He could feel the shape of the evening in that taste. Fresh at first, then softer, then only the hint of what had been. He swallowed and set the mug down for good, and the simple act felt like a benediction on the day. This was enough. The hours had been enough. The work had been sufficient. The light was a gift. To say so, even in the privacy of one's own mind, was a way of keeping faith with the ordinary. A cricket near the steps sang 3 notes, paused and sang them again, as if to be sure he had been understood. From the kitchen window behind him came the faintest reflections: pan, kettle, the curve of the sink, silver shapes at the edge of perception that would disappear entirely once the night had thickened. He wondered if he would bother with a lamp or simply let the dark have its way, move through the rooms by touch and find the bed by knowing the house as you know your own hand. He drew a long breath and let it go. The air felt clean and honest. He thought of the creek that ran along the northern boundary, unseen from here but present all the same, giving the low ground its green even in the dry weeks. He knew where the creek narrowed, where the minnows gathered in the shallows, where the cottonwood roots gripped the bank like an old hand holding a younger one tight across a gap. Those places would be there tomorrow. They had been there yesterday. He liked that. A person could lean on something like that and be steadied. The first coyote called then, distant, solitary, almost apologetic. Thomas smiled, not out of amusement, but recognition. The world was checking in with itself. The field answered by shifting its grass. The windmill answered by turning once more. The porch answered by giving up a soft groan. He answered by sitting still and listening. All of it together was like a prayer said without words. Time passed. He did not measure how much, only enough for the colors to drain from the day, and for the familiar constellations to gather like old friends who never require talk to prove their fondness. It was an easy gathering, gentle and considerate, the way folks step lightly on wooden floors in the night so as not to wake someone sleeping in the next room. The whole countryside seemed to lift and set each foot that way, mindful of rest, hopeful for it, working in its quiet way toward the good of those who lived here. Thomas ran a thumb over the chipped rim of the mug and felt again the small crescent under his skin. He thought of how many times that same motion had marked the end of a day. The count didn't matter. The days didn't compete with one another. They stood in a long row, each blessing the next, each accepting the blessing of the one before. He felt included in that acceptance. He felt included in the blessing. And in that feeling, there was a softening that reached even into the places that had been tight and sore. The joints and the worries, the little corners of the mind that wake at night and make lists of what cannot be solved until morning. It would be time to go inside soon. The bed would be cool and the sheets would hold the faint scent of sun from the afternoon when they hung on the line. He would open the window just a little, enough to let the sound of the field come in and rest in the room like a friend on the chair. For now, he stayed where he was and let the evening teach him again the only lesson it ever teaches, that there is room here for you, as you are, tired and altogether human, with nothing required of you but the breath you are already taking. He closed his eyes and listened, not to find sleep, but to make space for it if it wished to come. The cricket, the windmill, the far creek, the soft rustle where the field meets the fence, all of it arranged itself in a simple order. The body answered to that order. His breath found it and followed along. The chair rocked once, twice, and then came to stillness, as if to say, "We are here. We have time. Let the light go gentle, and let the night arrive in its kindness." And in that quiet, with the last of the day held like a slow, steady note, Thomas allowed himself to rest, the field holding him as the porch held the house, and the house held the rooms, and the rooms held the bed, and the bed would soon hold the body, and the breath would hold the heart, and the heart would hold the memory of all that was good and simple in this place, until morning asked for him again, and he could answer in the same steady way, by stepping into the field and beginning anew. Morning in Miller's Field did not arrive suddenly. It came like an old friend walking up the lane, slow steps, easy breath, content to let you see them from a distance before they reached the porch. The light gathered first in the east pasture, a pale silver that caught the tops of the grasses before spilling into the low places. Somewhere in the yard, a wren began its song, not urgent, just steady, and the sound seemed to find its way into the rafters of the old house, as if the walls themselves had been waiting for it all night. Thomas stirred before the sun had lifted itself entirely above the horizon. Years of farming had taught his body to wake when the day began to stretch, but this morning he did not rise quickly. He lay for a while under the weight of the quilt, its familiar patchwork worn soft by decades of hands folding and unfolding it. The air in the room still carried the cool breath of night through the open window. He could smell the field, not in any one sharp note, but in the mingling of damp earth, drying dew, and the faint sweetness of clover. When he finally swung his legs over the side of the bed, the wooden floor greeted him with its quiet chill. He stood letting his feet settle against the boards, feeling the way they gave slightly, like an old handshake between friends who understand each other. Dressing was a simple matter. Worn jeans, a shirt that had been mended twice at the elbow, and boots lined by habit with a thin film of dust from yesterday. Downstairs, the kitchen window faced the field. The glass was rippled, old enough to bend the morning light into gentle waves. He set the kettle on the stove, listening to the click and soft rush of the flame beneath it. Coffee was for later in the morning. Now he preferred a plain cup of hot water, sometimes with a sprig of mint if the season allowed. While he waited, he leaned on the counter and watched the way the wind moved across the land, flattening a patch here, lifting another there, like a hand brushing over the nap of corduroy. When the water was ready, he poured it into his cup and stepped outside. The porch boards were cool under his boots, and in the hush that follows dawn, even the smallest sound, the creak of a hinge, the faint swish of fabric as he settled into the rocking chair, seemed to carry across the field. He cradled the cup in both hands, letting the steam rise into the soft air, and looked to the ridge where the oak stood. The first light was touching their crowns now, and the leaves caught it with a kind of quiet gratitude, trembling but not yielding to the wind. He thought of his father, who had always said that a man should greet his land before he greeted any other task. "Walk it," his father would say, "and it'll tell you what it needs." Thomas had done that every day since he could remember, and though some mornings the field asked for mending, planting, or careful watching, there were other mornings, like this one, when it asked for nothing at all but his company. So he rose and crossed the yard. The grass was still wet enough to leave a dark trace on his boots. A pair of barn swallows lifted from the fence as he passed, their wings catching the light in brief flashes. At the gate, he rested a hand on the top rail, feeling the rough grain beneath his palm. The latch was warm from the early sun. He opened it slowly, the hinges answering with a low, familiar groan, and stepped into the field. Walking here was not like walking anywhere else. The earth felt known, as if it remembered each step and met it halfway. His path followed the gentle slope toward the creek, where the low ground stayed green even in late summer. He paused now and then, not to check on anything in particular, but to listen. To the bees in the clover, to the water moving quietly over its stones, to the small clicks and snaps that come when the sun begins to warm the stems. By the time he reached the creek, The light had shifted from silver to a warm gold. He crouched near the bank, dipping his fingers into the water. It was cool enough to wake him, but not sharp. He let it run over his knuckles before letting go, watching the ripples carry the touch downstream. The cottonwood that leaned over this bend was older than any story he could tell. Its roots knotted into the soil like the hands of a grandfather, holding the earth together with patient strength. Standing there, Thomas remembered the summer storms that had swelled this creek to the top of its banks. As a boy, he had stood on the same spot with his father, watching branches and leaves race by in the brown water. "It's the same creek," his father had told him then, "whether it's running easy or running hard. Don't forget that." Now, years later, he understood that the lesson was not just about water. The sun was higher now, and with it came the slow warmth of the day. He walked back toward the house, passing through the orchard. The apple trees were in that in-between state, some fruit still firm and green, others blushing red, their skins taut in the light. He reached up and took one from a low branch, turning it in his hand. The surface was cool, but the scent rising from it carried the promise of sweetness. He tucked it into his pocket for later. Back on the porch, he sat again in the rocker, letting the chair move with him. The cup was empty now, but he held it anyway, the curve of its handle fitting his fingers like something remembered. Across the field, the wind had quieted, and for a long while nothing moved but the slow drift of a cloud pulling its shadow over the land. It struck him, as it often did, how a day could begin this gently, how the smallest acts, stepping into the field, touching the creek water, carrying an apple in his pocket, could set the tone for everything that followed. There was work ahead, yes, but the kind of work that belonged here, the kind that made sense to his hands and his mind. He felt ready for it in the same way the earth felt ready to bear his steps. And so he stayed there for a while longer, breathing with the land, letting the morning finish its quiet work on him before he rose to begin the rest of the day. By mid-morning, the day had settled into that steady rhythm the countryside keeps for itself. It was not a rhythm marked by clocks or schedules, but by the feel of the sun on your shoulders, the angle of shadows leaning across the ground, and the way the air begins to warm enough to stir the scents of soil and wood into the wind. Thomas had finished the small rituals of his morning, rinsing the cup, wiping the table where a few crumbs had fallen from a slice of bread, folding the kitchen towel along its seam and laying it back on the counter. Nothing rushed, nothing forced. Out on the porch, he sat for a while longer, looking over the field. A pair of rabbits grazed at the edge of the orchard, pausing now and then to lift their heads and listen. Beyond them, the fence line ran straight and sure until it reached the old gate on the north side, the one his father had built out of cedar posts, cut from the land itself. Thomas had been thinking for a few days that one of the rails near the top might need replacing. Today seemed as good a day as any. He gathered what he needed from the shed, a hammer with a handle worn smooth as river stone, a small box of nails that rattled softly with each step, and a length of seasoned oak board that would match the others without standing out. The shed smelled faintly of linseed oil and old hay, the kind of scent that lingers in your clothes so that hours later you still carry the memory of where you've been. Walking toward the fence, Thomas kept an easy pace. The grass was drier now, holding the warmth of the morning sun, and the air had taken on the faint hum of insects busy at their work. He passed under the shade of a walnut tree and noticed a few green husks already split open, their shells peeking through like the brown eyes of some small woodland animal. Each season left its signs if you looked closely enough. At the fence, he set down the tools and rested a hand on the post nearest him. The wood was rough, the grain rising where the years had weathered it. A thin strand of spider silk stretched from the post to the tall grass, catching the light in a way that made it nearly invisible unless you were looking just right. He left it alone, shifting his focus to the loose rail. It had sagged slightly, the nails at one end worked free by wind and time. Repairing it took no more than a few minutes, pulling the old nails, setting the new board in place, and driving fresh nails into the grain until they held firm. Each strike of the hammer sounded out across the field in a slow, even pattern, the way his father had always taught him. Let the hammer do the work. Don't rush it. The wood will remember if you're impatient. When it was done, he stood back and looked along the line. The fence was whole again, each board in its place, the gate hanging square. A small satisfaction settled in him, the kind that came not from finishing a chore, but from knowing a thing was cared for. Leaned on the top rail for a while, watching the clouds drift. One was shaped like a long, slow wave, another like a sleeping animal curled against the sky. The breeze brought with it the smell of someone's wood stove, faint and familiar, though it was still too warm for most folks to think of fires. Perhaps it was from the old cabin down near the creek, where a widow named Mrs. Carter lived. She kept to herself mostly, but every so often, Thomas would see her walking the lane with a basket over her arm, gathering berries or carrying eggs to a neighbor. His mind drifted to thoughts of visiting her in the coming week, perhaps bringing a jar of the honey he'd harvested in late summer. The bees had done well that year, their hives heavy and fragrant, the combs pale gold under the knife. It was the kind of gift you could give without ceremony. Just set it on a table with a quiet word and let it speak for itself. The sun had climbed higher now, pulling the shadow of the fence down into a narrower strip. Thomas picked up his tools and began walking back toward the house, passing by the edge of the garden. The rows were straight and green, beans climbing their poles in lazy spirals, squash leaves wide and veined like maps. A few tomatoes had ripened early, their skins glossy in the light, and he made a note to bring a basket out later in the afternoon. In the shed, he hung the hammer on its hook and set the nails back on the shelf where they belonged. Order mattered here, not for its own sake, but because it meant you could find what you needed without searching. A life could be like that, he thought, if you tended it the same way you tended your tools. Clean what's dirty, mend what's worn, keep what's worth keeping, and let the rest go. Stepping back outside, he noticed the warmth had deepened, the kind that lays itself gently across your shoulders without pressing too hard. He crossed the yard to the big sycamore, its bark pale and patchy in the sun. Beneath it, the ground was cool, and the sound of the wind in its leaves was different from the others, more like running water, the way it rippled and shifted. He sat there for a time, not counting the minutes, just watching the play of light through the branches. A hawk circled high above, its shadow crosses the field in a slow arc. Somewhere in the orchard, a woodpecker tapped out a measured rhythm, each pause between strikes as much a part of the song as the sound itself. The day would move on as days do. There would be lunch to prepare, maybe a letter to write, perhaps a quiet walk to the creek before evening. But for now, there was only this, the field, the fence mended and whole, the steady pulse of the wind through the leaves, and the unhurried sense that all was as it should be. Thomas closed his eyes and let the sound of the land carry him, not away from the moment, but deeper into it, until even the thought of time felt like something far off, belonging to another kind of life. Here, in the center of the day, the world was enough. By the time the sun had lifted itself into the late morning sky, Miller's field lay open and quiet, as though the land itself had settled into its work without fuss or noise. The light was no longer the pale silver of dawn, but a warmer hue, soft gold caught in the tops of the grasses, brightening the edges of every leaf and fence post. The air had taken on a different weight too, filled with the scent of warmed earth, faint sweetness from the orchard, and that dry, sunlit smell of wood that had been standing for many seasons. Thomas had taken his time with breakfast, not because there was nothing to be done, but because some mornings asked for a slower beginning. A heel of bread toasted on the stovetop, a slice of last autumn's apple butter spread thin across its surface, and a fresh cup of coffee were enough. He ate standing at the counter, looking through the window that framed the orchard like a painting. There was comfort in starting the day with the same view his father and grandfather had known. Trees shifting gently in the wind, shadows sliding over the grass, the sky beyond wide and untroubled. He stepped out onto the porch with his coffee, letting the warmth of the mug rest in his hands while the cool of the lingering morning clung to his face. From here he could see the western fence line, where the tall grass brushed against the weathered boards. The line was straight, a quiet mark of care in the wide expanse, and yet he noticed a slant in one of the rails near the corner. It was not a pressing matter, but he thought he might tend to it before the week was out. For now, his task was simpler, walking the path down to the garden to see what the morning had given him. He took the narrow trail along the edge of the orchard, boots pressing softly into the earth, each step releasing the scent of dew-warmed grass. The trees were full and green, their fruit still weeks from ripening, though here and there a small apple lay in the grass, dropped too soon. He picked one up, turned it in his palm, and set it back under the shade of its branch. A small offering returned to the soil. The garden lay just beyond the last row of apple trees, marked off by a low fence his mother had once called a polite suggestion to the rabbits. Inside, the rows were steady and green, beans climbing their poles, squash leaves broad and low, tomato plants heavy with blossoms. He knelt at the first row, the soil still cool and loose from yesterday's rain, and brushed his hand over the stems. Here and there, a weed had crept in overnight. He pulled them gently, shaking the roots free of soil before laying them in a neat pile at the edge of the bed. The work was quiet, the kind that lets a mind wander without losing itself. As he moved down the row, Thomas thought of how many mornings he had spent in this very place, his hands in the dirt, the sun on his back, the day stretching ahead without urgency. He remembered the summers when his wife had knelt beside him, her hat shading her face as she inspected each plant, humming low under her breath. Even now, years later, the memory felt near enough to reach for, though he knew better than to try. Some things are meant to rest where they are, held gently and without demand. By the time he reached the last row, the sun was higher, and the air hummed with the steady sound of bees moving between the clover and the bean blossoms. He stood, brushed the soil from his knees, and looked back over the garden. It was not large by some measures, but it was enough to keep him busy, enough to keep him connected to the land in a way that went beyond the field itself. On his way back toward the house, he paused by the pump near the orchard. The handle moved with a smooth resistance, and soon the cold water spilled into the tin basin below. He cupped his hands under the stream, the shock of the chill running through his fingers and palms, and then over his face. It woke him, but gently, like a friend calling his name from a few steps away. The rest of the morning unfolded without hurry. He gathered a few tools from the shed, checked the hinges on the barn door, and walked the length of the lane to where the mailbox stood. Its paint faded, but its posts still firm in the ground. There was no mail yet, only the quiet of the gravel beneath his boots and the sight of a meadowlark lifting into the air at his approach. By midday, Thomas was back on the porch, a glass of cool water at his side, the tools returned to their places. From here, he could see the shimmer of heat beginning to rise over the far edge of the field, where the tall grass swayed in the faintest breeze. He leaned back in the rocker, feeling the day ease into its slower hours, and thought again of how the work of the land was never in a rush. It was steady, deliberate, certain in its own time, and in that rhythm, between the tending of the garden, the mending of small things, and the quiet walks along familiar paths, he felt the shape of his own life reflected back to him, patient, rooted, and at peace in the company of the land that had held him for so many years. By late afternoon, the light had shifted into its gentler register, the kind that softens edges and seems to rest longer on the world before it lets go. Miller's field stretched out in quiet gold, the grasses bending in slow waves as though moved by some great, unhurried breath. The air was warm still, but it had begun to carry the first hints of evening cool, a lightness that spoke of shadows soon to be drawn across the land. Thomas had spent the early part of the afternoon in quiet work, a little sweeping in the shed, a check on the water trough by the barn, a short visit to the far fence line where the gate met the tree line. Nothing that asked for haste, nothing that demanded more than his presence and a steady hand. These were the hours he loved most, when the sun was still strong but already thinking of its departure, when the day's labor was done enough to allow for simply being in the place he tended. From the porch, he could see the orchard holding its stillness, the apples deepening in color as the light lingered on their skins. Beyond the orchard, the garden lay in its late summer fullness. He thought of the tomatoes he had noticed earlier, fat and red on the vine, and decided to take a basket down before the light faded. The path to the garden was worn enough to find without looking, the soles of his boots recognizing every dip and turn. The air here carried the layered scent of earth, of vine and leaf, all mingled with the faint spice of marigolds planted along the edges. Thomas knelt at the first row, fingers brushing against the warm, smooth curve of a tomato. He twisted it gently from the stem, setting it into the basket with the others, each one settling against the next with a soft weight. He moved slowly along the rows, not from fatigue, but from a desire to see what the day had left for him. A small clutch of green beans hung ready on their vines, their pods firm and cool in his hand. A single cucumber hidden beneath the broad leaves revealed itself when he shifted the foliage, its skin patterned with the pale bloom that comes just before it's washed. Each addition to the basket felt less like a harvest and more like a quiet conversation with the land, a give and take that asked for patience and care. When the basket was full, he paused at the gate to the garden and looked back. The vines and leaves stood in the fading light as if in no hurry to yield to night. holding their place with quiet dignity. He closed the gate behind him and carried the basket toward the porch, the weight of it balanced easily in his arm. Halfway to the house, he saw Ellen Parker coming up the lane. She walked with the easy rhythm of someone used to unpaved roads, her wide-brimmed hat tilted against the light. Thomas had known Ellen for as long as he could remember. Her farm lay just over the hill to the south, where she kept a flock of hens and a few milk cows. As she drew closer, he could see the small wicker basket in her hand. "Evening, Thomas," she called, her voice carrying in that gentle way of late-day air. "Evening, Ellen," he replied, slowing to meet her at the gate. She lifted the basket slightly. "Brought you some eggs, fresh this morning. Figured you might have more tomatoes than you know what to do with." He smiled, holding up his own basket in answer. "Looks like we're both guilty of abundance." They traded baskets without fuss, each knowing the other's offering would be put to good use. There was no talk of debts or returns. The exchange was as natural as the turning of the season. They spoke for a while by the fence, of the weather, the wild flowers along the creek, the neighbor's new calf. Nothing urgent, nothing heavy, just the easy talk of people who shared a landscape and the quiet pride of tending it well. When Ellen made her way back down the lane, Thomas returned to the porch. He set the eggs in the kitchen, placing the basket of vegetables on the table where the last of the sunlight reached in through the window. The light on the tomatoes was so rich it seemed almost edible, their skins catching a glow that would fade the moment the sun dipped below the ridge. He stepped back outside with a glass of water and settled into the rocking chair. From here, the field was a living map of movement, shadows lengthening, grass shifting in the breeze, the occasional bird crossing the expanse in a low glide toward the hedgerow. The sound of the windmill turning was steady and unhurried, its creak blending with the rustle of leaves until the two seemed like parts of the same voice. Thomas let the chair find its rhythm, each backward sway lifting his boots slightly from the floor, each forward motion setting them down again with a soft thud. The glass in his hand was cool, beaded with condensation, and the water tasted faintly of the well, the clean mineral note that came from deep below the field itself. Somewhere beyond the orchard, a dog barked once, twice, then fell silent. The air was beginning to dim, the gold drawing down into softer shades. He thought of his father's words from long ago, how a man should be outside at least once each day when the light changes, to see the world in that brief hour when it is neither day nor night. The field seemed to breathe more slowly now, as if preparing itself for rest. The oaks along the ridge stood in silhouette, their branches tracing shapes against the dimming sky. Thomas watched as the first stars appeared, faint at first, then steadier, their light threading into the deepening blue. He stayed until the last of the gold had gone, until the cool of evening settled around him like a familiar quilt. Then, with the quiet ease of someone who knows the way in the dark, he rose, set his empty glass on the porch rail, and stepped inside, carrying the piece of the field with him. Inside the house, the air held the day's warmth, softened now by the first breath of evening drifting through the open windows. It was the kind of warmth that didn't press against the skin but seemed to settle into the corners, into the grain of the floorboards, into the folds of the curtains swaying just slightly in the breeze. Thomas set the basket of vegetables on the counter. The tomatoes were still warm from the sun, their scent rising as he placed them gently in a wooden bowl his wife had once used for every season's harvest. The green beans made a soft, dry whisper as he poured them into a colander, the sound almost like wind brushing through tall grass. He moved through the kitchen without hurry. Supper tonight would be simple, as most of his suppers were: boiled beans with a bit of butter, slices of tomato sprinkled with salt, and perhaps one of the fresh eggs Ellen had brought, cooked just enough to hold its shape. He filled a pot at the pump sink, the water flowing clear and cold from deep beneath the field, and set it on the stove. While the water heated, he stepped to the small shelf near the window, where a few sprigs of dried herbs hung from nails. He chose a bit of thyme, rubbed it between his fingers to release its quiet scent, and set it aside for the beans. Outside, the sky was shifting toward twilight. The ridge beyond the field was a dark line now, the trees gathered there like old friends leaning together in conversation. When the beans were done, he spooned them into a bowl, added the butter, and watched as it melted into a golden sheen. The tomatoes he sliced with care, each piece laid neatly on a plate, their red deepening in the lamplight. The egg he boiled just enough so that when it was cut, the center would be soft but not running. He carried his plate to the small table by the kitchen window. The light there was gentle now, the kind that makes even the simplest meal feel like part of something larger, like the earth itself had handed you these things and asked only that you eat them with gratitude. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, not because the food was rare, but because it was enough, and enough deserved attention. Between bites, he looked out the window at the field. The last of the light caught in the taller grasses, making their tips shine for a moment before the shadow reached them. He could just make out the shape of the windmill, a darker form against the fading sky, its slow turning barely visible but steady. When his meal was finished, he'd left the plate on the counter to wash later and poured himself a small glass of cool water. He took it to the porch, settling again into the rocker. The night air had grown cooler, and with it came the sense of the land after sundown, damp soil, the faint sweetness of clover, and the sharper green of leaves that had given up the day's heat. Somewhere beyond the ridge, a whip-poor-will called, its voice clear and even, repeating itself like a line of scripture meant to be remembered. A single star shone brighter than the rest, low in the western sky, and Thomas watched it as the rocker moved beneath him in its old familiar rhythm. His thoughts wandered, not in circles of worry, but in the slow drift that comes when the body is at rest. He remembered evenings from years past, his wife sitting beside him with her knitting, the soft click of the needles like a kind of music, his father whittling a stick into smoothness as the two of them spoke of weather and planting, of neighbors and small repairs. Evenings had always been for such things, small tasks done by hand, in no rush, while the night settled over the land. When the air grew cooler still, he rose and went back inside. He washed his plate and fork, setting them in the rack to dry, and turned down the lamp until the room held only a soft glow. In the living room, he paused by the bookshelf, running his fingers along the spines. He did not take a book tonight. The quiet outside felt like something to be read on its own. Upstairs, the bedroom window was open, the curtain lifting and falling with the night breeze. He could hear the field from here, the insects keeping their steady chorus, the faint creak of the windmill, and once, the soft hoot of an owl from somewhere in the trees. He undressed slowly, folding his clothes over the chair by the bed, and slipped beneath the quilt. The sheets were cool, carrying the faint scent of sun from where they had hung on the line earlier in the week. He lay on his back for a while, looking at the shadowed ceiling, letting his breath fall into the rhythm of the night sounds. There was no rush to sleep, only the comfort of knowing it would come when it was ready. As his eyes grew heavier, he thought of the field waiting for him in the morning, the light that would spill over it just as it had today, and all the quiet tasks that would fill the hours in between. And with that thought, simple, steady, and sure, he let the night take him, the land holding him in its familiar, unshaken care. Morning returned to Miller's Field the way it always did, without fanfare, without haste. It began as a pale blue spreading gently over the ridge before the sun itself appeared. The stars, one by one, gave way to the softening light, as though they understood their time for keeping watch was over. The first bird sang before the horizon brightened, a single note that hung in the still air like a thread of silver, soon joined by others until the whole yard was threaded through with quiet music. Thomas woke not to the sound, but to the feeling of morning. The way the air in the room had shifted, cooler near the open window, touched with the scent of damp grass. The quilt was warm across his chest, but his arms rested in the chill above it, and for a long moment he stayed there, eyes half open, letting the new day settle around him. The house creaked softly, a sound more like breathing than movement. Somewhere below, a faint rattle came from the loose pane in the kitchen window as the breeze touched it. He had meant to fix that for weeks now, but there was no urgency. It was one of those small imperfections that belonged to the place, like the worn patch in the porch step or the way the barn door leaned a little in its frame. When he rose, the floor met his bare feet with its familiar coolness. Dressing was a quiet act, pulling on his jeans, tucking in a faded shirt, lacing boots still dusted from yesterday's walks. Downstairs, he filled the kettle and set it on the stove, the sound of water meeting metal deep and round in the stillness. While it heated, he stepped onto the porch. The light outside was softer than the night before, but no less sure. A thin mist lay low over the field, lifting in places where the sun's touch had reached. He could see the fence posts marking their steady line toward the orchard, their shadows long and faint in the early haze. Somewhere near the creek, a cow lowed, a sound stretched out and unhurried, calling the morning to itself. The kettle's whistle reached him where he stood, gentle enough not to break the peace. He poured the hot water over a spoonful of tea leaves in his mug, the rising steam curling upward and vanishing. Carrying it back to the porch, he settled into the rocker and took his first sip. The warmth filled him in slow waves, the way light fills a room through a half-open curtain. For a while, he simply watched. The mist began to lift, showing the deeper green of the grass beneath. A rabbit hopped along the far fence, disappearing under the low branches of the hedge. Overhead, a hawk circled lazily, its wings catching the new light in flashes. He thought of his father again, how they used to walk the field together on mornings like this, not speaking much, but always noticing. His father had taught him to see the smallest things, the change in the lay of the grass after a night's wind, the darker shade where the soil held more moisture, the first sign of a leaf curling against too much sun. Thomas smiled to himself, wondering if his father had known then that such small lessons would last a lifetime. By mid-morning, the mist had burned away, leaving the field bright under the wide sky. Thomas rose from the chair, finished his tea, and walked toward the garden. The path was warm underfoot now, each step pressing the scent of grass and earth into the air. The tomatoes were still heavy on their vines, their skins shining. He picked a few, setting them gently in a basket along with 2 cucumbers and a handful of beans. Back at the house, he placed the basket on the kitchen counter, the colors of the vegetables rich in the sunlight streaming through the window. He took one of the tomatoes, rinsed it at the sink, and ate it over the counter, the juice running down his fingers. It was a simple thing, but in that moment, it felt like the purest part of the day. The rest of the morning passed in easy work, checking the rain barrel, sweeping the porch, mending a tear in the old feed sack. Each task was finished without rush, leaving room to stand now and then, listening to the hum of the field. By the time the sun was leaning toward afternoon, Thomas found himself once again in the rocking chair, the house behind him holding its quiet, the land before him holding its steady, breathing life. He thought of the day ahead, the days behind, and the long, unbroken thread that tied them together. Here, nothing demanded more than he could give. Here, the field asked only for his care, and in return, it offered him its own kind of keeping, one that held him gently, without condition, through every turning of the light. The afternoon drifted forward, with the same patient rhythm that had carried the morning. By now, the sun had taken on that deeper tone it sometimes wears in late summer, its light rounder, fuller, as though it had gathered the whole day into itself. The heat had eased from its peak, and a softer air moved in from the west, carrying with it the mingled scents of hay, ripening apples, and the faint tang of the creek where the water met the stones. Thomas had finished his small list of chores, a quiet tending of things that hardly felt like work. The gate latch at the barn had been mended, a few tools returned to their hooks, and the shallow ditch along the lane cleared of the leaves that had gathered in the morning wind. He stood for a time by the open barn door, looking out across the field, and felt the pull of the light drawing him toward the far edges of the property. It was a walk he made often, though never at quite the same pace. Today he started slowly, his steps falling into the soft give of the earth, each one making a sound like a small sigh. The grass brushed against his boots, bending under his weight and rising again after he passed. A pair of goldfinches darted ahead of him, quick and bright, as though stitching the air with their flight. The path curved gently toward the western boundary, where a line of old maples stood. Their trunks were thick and furrowed, their roots pushing through the soil in quiet insistence. At the base of the largest maple, the ground sloped toward a narrow ditch, where water from the last rain still lay pooled. The surface held a scattering of leaves, their colors muted in the shade. He crouched there for a moment, touching one with the tip of his finger, feeling the damp coolness give way under the lightest pressure. Beyond the maples, the land opened again, the field rolling out toward a low hedge where wild roses grew in tangled arcs. Even this late in the season, a few blooms remained, faded at the edges, but still holding their soft blush. He leaned in to breathe their scent, faint now, touched with the dryness of August, and was surprised by how it carried the memory of springs long gone. The hedge marked the edge of the field, and just beyond it lay the narrow ditch that led toward the creek. Here, the ground was worn smooth from years of passage, by his own boots, by the hooves of cattle in earlier days, and by the soft padding of wild things he never saw but knew were there. He followed it until the murmur of the creek reached his ears, a low, steady sound like a conversation kept between friends. The bank was cool under the shade of a sycamore, its white bark catching the light in patches. Thomas lowered himself onto a flat stone at the water's edge. The current was slow here, curling gently around the roots of the tree before slipping away toward the bend. He watched as a dragonfly hovered above the surface, its wings glinting in the shifting light, before it darted away into the reeds. Sitting there, he felt the shape of time differently. It was not a thing measured by the clock, but by the way the shadows moved, by the tilt of the sun, by the cooling air that carried the smell of water and soil. He thought of how many afternoons like this he had spent here, some with his father beside him, pointing out the trout that rested in the deeper pools, some alone, his own thoughts flowing as quietly as the creek itself. After a while, he took a small stone from the bank and turned it in his hand. Its surface was smooth, its weight familiar. He tossed it lightly into the water, where it broke the surface with a sound so soft it was gone before the ripples reached the shore. Those ripples spread outward, touching the reeds, brushing against the roots, and then disappearing into the slow, even pull of the current. The sun had shifted again by the time he rose from the stone. The walk back toward the house felt slower still, his steps in no hurry to leave the quiet of the creek behind. At the edge of the orchard, he stopped to rest his hand on the rough bark of a pear tree, its leaves whispering above him in the wind. A few early pears had fallen into the grass, their skins dimpled but still sweet. He picked one up, brushed it against his shirt, and took a bite. The juice was cool, the flavor bright against the fading heat of the day. When the house came into view, it looked as it always had in the late light, solid and welcoming, the porch catching the sun in its wide boards, the windows open to let the air drift through. He stepped up onto the porch, setting the half-eaten pear on the railing, and sank into the rocker. From here, he could see the length of the field he had just walked, its colors deepening as the sun leaned lower. He thought of how the day had moved from morning mist to this warm, glowing hour, and how each part had its own kind of beauty. There was nothing in it that demanded more than a quiet noticing, nothing that couldn't be carried in memory long after the light had faded. The rocker moved under him in its slow arc, and the sounds of the evening began to gather. The hum of insects in the grass, the distant call of a cow, the steady creak of the windmill turning. The air was cooler now, slipping over his skin like a worn blanket. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the field's long breath matching his own. And there, in the steady company of land and light, Thomas let the day rest inside him, whole and unbroken, until the shadows reached the porch and the first stars began to show in the quiet sky. By the time Thomas stepped back into the house, the day's light had begun its slow retreat, slipping down the walls and folding itself into the edges of each room. The windows held the last of it, a thin gold that lay across the wooden floorboards like a memory too gentle to speak aloud. The air inside was cooler now, touched with the same quietness that had settled over the field. He set the pear he had carried from the orchard onto the kitchen counter, its skin still warm from the sun. Around it, the basket of vegetables from earlier in the day waited patiently, as though they too knew their turn would come. He chose a handful of the beans, a single ripe tomato, and one of the eggs Ellen had brought the evening before. Supper would be simple, as it often was, just enough to satisfy, nothing more than needed. The kettle, still damp from its morning use, was filled again and set on the stove. The sound of water meeting metal was steady, unhurried, like rain finding its way into a pail. As it heated, Thomas moved quietly through the small kitchen, slicing the tomato into thick rounds, the knife's blade catching the fading light as it moved, the beans he rinsed under the pump's cold stream, the water slipping through his fingers before running off into the tin basin below. When the kettle's low hum became a whistle, he poured the hot water into a small pan, setting the beans in to blanch. The egg followed soon after, its shell bobbing gently against the side. The smell of warm vegetables began to rise, a mingling of green freshness and the faint sweetness of the tomato he had just cut. He sprinkled a pinch of salt over the slices and set them aside, letting their juice pool in the plate's shallow edge. As the food cooked, he stepped into the living room. The daylight there had faded further, replaced by the soft glow of the oil lamp on the table. He turned its wick a fraction higher, watching the flame lean taller for a moment before settling into itself. The lamp's light caught the edges of the photographs that lined the mantel. His parents on their wedding day, the farmhouse in its younger years, his wife standing in the orchard with the basket of apples at her hip. He paused there, fingers grazing the frame, not to stir any longing, but to acknowledge the company they kept him. Returning to the kitchen, he drained the beans and set them beside the tomato slices. The egg he peeled slowly, the shell breaking away in small dry curls. Supper came together without effort, a plate of warm beans with a touch of butter, the tomato glistening in its own juice, the egg halved to show its pale, tender center. He carried the plate to the small table near the kitchen window, where the view opened onto the field now resting under the first veil of night. He ate in silence, the only sounds the creak of the chair and the faint chirr of crickets beyond the glass. Each bite carried the taste of the place, the beans firm and sweet from the moist garden soil, the tomato holding the sun's warmth even now, the egg rich in a way only something freshly gathered could be. It was not a meal to be hurried. Each mouthful found its own place, and between them, he let his gaze rest on the slow darkening of the land. When the plate was empty, he left it on the counter for washing later. For now, the pull of the evening was stronger than any chore. He poured himself a small glass of cool well water and stepped out onto the porch. The air met him with that familiar shift that happens just after sunset, a deeper cool touched with the scent of earth and wood smoke from somewhere far off. The field lay in shadow now, the last light gathered along the ridge like a thin thread of silver. The windmill turned slowly, its voice a low and steady creak that seemed older than the house itself. Above, the first stars had appeared, pale but insistent, as though marking their places for the night ahead. Thomas sat in the rocker, the glass of water resting against his palm. The chair's motion was small, more a sway than a rock, as if it too had surrendered to the unhurried pace of the hour. Somewhere beyond the orchard, an owl called, its voice deep and measured, answered by a fainter echo from farther still. He thought of the many evenings he had spent just like this, watching the field yield itself to the night, feeling the land breathe in long, slow measures. It was a kind of keeping he understood, to hold the day gently as it ended, to let the night arrive without resistance, to sit in the space between and know it as home. The cricket's song grew steadier, joined by the soft rustle of leaves overhead. The stars sharpened in the deepening sky, their light seeming to fall not just from above but from all around. The glass of water grew cooler in his hand, the beads of condensation slipping down over his fingers. He took a slow sip, tasting the clean mineral trace of the well, and felt it settle in him the way the night was settling over the field. He stayed until the last of the silver on the ridge was gone, until the house behind him was just a dark shape against the stars. Then, with the easy steps of someone who knows every board beneath his feet, he rose, opened the door, and let the quiet of the night follow him inside. Upstairs, the bedroom window was still open. The curtain lifted once in the breeze and fell back into place, the room carrying the scent of the land he had just left. Thomas undressed slowly, folded his clothes over the chair, and slipped beneath the quilt. The cool sheets welcomed him, and somewhere outside, the windmill turned again in its slow, patient arc. He lay there listening, the field, the night, the breath in his own chest, until the sounds began to blur into one another. And as the darkness gathered close, he let go of the day, certain that the morning would find him here, in this same steady keeping. The night had settled fully now, wrapping Miller's Field in a softness that blurred its edges and folded it into the larger quiet of the countryside. From his bed, Thomas could feel the air moving through the open window, a slow, measured breath of the land itself, cool enough to brush across his cheek, gentle enough to stay. The quilt lay comfortably across his body, its familiar weight holding him as securely as the walls of the house. Beyond the window, the field spoke in its nighttime voice. It was not the open, wide-spoken voice of the day, but a quieter one, as though the land knew there was no longer any need to call out across the distance. The grass whispered to itself, stirred by a wind that carried the mingled scents of clover, turned earth, and the faint sweetness of the orchard. Somewhere close, the slow creak of the windmill turned now and again, each rotation marking time in a way no clock could. The crickets had taken up their steady rhythm, each chirp a small thread in the fabric of the night. Between them, pauses formed like spaces in a conversation, moments where the world seemed to listen to itself. Occasionally, a single note rose higher, a tree frog in the hedgerow, its voice soft and round, folding back into the dark as quickly as it came. Thomas lay still, eyes half closed, letting these sounds weave around him. They were not merely background noise, but a kind of keeping, a reminder that the land was as alive now as it was in daylight, only working in a different register. The night tended itself, quietly, without rush, each sound part of a whole that moved together toward morning. In the dim light that spilled through the window, he could make out the shapes of the room, the solid line of the chair where his clothes rested, the curve of the lamp on the bedside table, the faint outline of the bookshelf. Each object seemed to hold its own silence, a kind of respectful stillness that belonged to this hour. His thoughts drifted not in the restless way they sometimes did, but like leaves floating on slow water. He thought of his father walking the field at night, lantern in hand, the light spilling over the grass just enough to see the path. Sometimes he had gone with him as a boy, holding on to the edge of his father's coat, feeling the earth firm under his boots. They would check the gates, pause to listen for the creek, stand for a while at the edge of the orchard to see if the deer had come. Those nights had felt vast, yet safe, like the whole countryside was watching over them. Outside, the moon was rising, its light pale and cool as it spread over the field. It caught on the tops of the grasses, turning them silver for a breath before the wind bent them back into shadow. The orchard stood dark and still, except for one branch that moved slowly in the breeze, its leaves showing their lighter undersides in the moonlight. Somewhere beyond the ridge, an owl called again, the sound carrying clear and far in the cool air. Thomas imagined it perched in the fork of a tall oak, its head turning in that patient way, watching the land below. The call came once more, then faded into the distance, replaced by the quieter workings of the night. He shifted slightly under the quilt, not out of restlessness, but to feel its folds settle more evenly across his legs. The cotton sheets beneath were cool, the kind of cool that makes you draw in a deeper breath without thinking. His hand rested on the edge of the pillow, fingers curling slightly into the soft linen. The scent of the fabric was faint but familiar, clean, touched with the memory of sunlight from the day they'd hung on the line. The rhythm of the night and the rhythm of his breathing had become one now, slow, deep, unforced. His eyes closed fully, but the sounds outside continued to reach him. He could hear the small shift of leaves when a breeze moved through the trees, the faint rustle of some night creature in the grass, the low hum of the crickets that never seemed to tire. In this hour, the field was not something to be worked or tended, but simply a presence, steady, constant, sure. It would be there in the morning, as it had been every morning of his life, waiting without impatience, holding its place in the long chain of days. Thomas let that thought settle into him. There was nothing to do, nowhere to be but here. The land would keep its watch, the night would keep its promises, and in that keeping he found his own rest, deep, even, and certain as the turning of the windmill in the dark. The quilt grew warmer, the sounds grew softer, and the space between waking and sleep closed gently, like the last light slipping from the sky. Sleep came to Thomas the way a tide reaches the shore, not all at once, but in quiet waves that touched, withdrew, and returned again. The line between waking and dreaming blurred gently until the sounds of the night outside began to weave themselves into something softer, something not entirely of this world, but still made from the same threads. In his dream, the field lay under the same moonlight that shone through his open window, but it seemed larger somehow, stretched out past the familiar fence lines, rolling further than his eyes could follow. The grass swayed in a rhythm that matched his breathing, each blade catching the pale light before folding back into shadow. The air was cool and clear, carrying scents that felt both familiar and long forgotten. The sweetness of haylofts from summers as a boy, the deep, loamy smell of soil turned after rain, the faint resin of split cedar. He walked along the path toward the orchard. His steps left no mark, as if the earth was holding him lightly, unwilling to let him weigh it down. The trees stood tall and full, their leaves whispering in a language he almost understood. Here and there, blossoms hung among the branches, though it was long past spring. They glowed faintly as though lit from within, and he could smell their fragrance in the air, honeyed, clean, and steadying. As he moved deeper into the orchard, the sounds around him shifted. The crickets' hum faded into the low murmur of voices, not sharp or hurried, but patient, like neighbors talking on a porch at dusk. He recognized them without knowing how. His father's quiet baritone, his mother's gentle lilt, the laughter of old friends long gone from the valley. He could not see them, but their presence was clear, as if they walked somewhere just ahead, content to let him follow at his own pace. The orchard opened onto the creek, but in the dream, the water was wider and slower, its surface like glass. The moonlight laid itself across it in a single unbroken path, stretching from the far bank straight to his feet. He crouched at the edge, trailing his hand in the water, and felt it warm rather than cold, carrying with it a pulse that matched his own heartbeat. He thought of the many real mornings he had come to this creek, the times with his father when they had stood in the early fog, the days alone when he had watched minnows scatter in the shallows, the evenings when he had simply listened to the water until it seemed to carry his thoughts downstream. The dream waters felt like all of those moments gathered together, as if time had folded into a single unbroken presence. From the far bank a figure appeared. It was too far to see clearly, but Thomas felt no need for detail. He knew, in the way dreams allow, that it was someone he loved, someone who belonged to this place as deeply as he did. They lifted a hand in greeting, and though no words passed between them, the gesture was enough to fill him with the quiet joy of being recognized, of being known. He rose and began to walk along the creek's edge. The light followed him, and the path was easy beneath his feet. He passed under the shadow of tall cottonwoods, their branches arching overhead like a roof. Through the leaves he caught glimpses of the stars, brighter here than in waking life, their light steady and unblinking. The path curved back toward the field, and when he stepped out from the trees, he found himself looking at the house. It stood just as it did in life, porch light casting its circle, windows open to the breeze, the rocker waiting in its place. Yet there was something different too, a sense that the house was not just a shelter, but part of him, and he of it. He climbed the porch steps, the boards warm under his hands, and sat in the rocker. The chair moved as though it had been rocking for him all along, waiting only for his return. From here, he could see the whole of the field, stretching out in both directions under the moon's steady gaze. He felt no pull to go anywhere else. Not to the orchard, not to the creek, not even to the far ridge. Everything he needed was here, in the swaying grass, in the cool night air, in the memory of footsteps he could still hear fading down the lane. The dream asked nothing of him but to be present, and that was something he could give freely. The longer he sat, the more the field seemed to breathe in time with him. The wind's touch on his cheek matched the rise and fall of his chest. The creak of the rocker fell into step with the slow turning of the windmill in the distance. Even the stars above seemed to shift at the same unhurried pace, each one holding its place until morning came. And when he finally leaned back, letting his eyes close, the dream did not fade or change. It simply stayed, like the land itself, steady, patient, and whole. The dream lingered like the last threads of fog on a summer morning, holding on in quiet places, reluctant to leave. Thomas was aware in that gentle, half-waking way that the world outside was beginning to stir. The moonlit field of his dream was fading, its edges softening until it became the familiar darkness of his room. The scent of the quilt beneath his chin returned first, followed by the cool breath of air moving through the open window. He did not rush to open his eyes. There was no reason to hurry the crossing between sleep and wakefulness. He lay still, listening to the layered quiet, the faint tick of the house settling in its timbers, the windmill's low groan carrying from across the field, the steady chorus of crickets that had kept watch through the night. These sounds seemed to form a bridge, carrying him gently from the memory of the dream into the certainty of the morning. When he finally opened his eyes, the room was dim but no longer dark. A pale blue light rested against the walls, the kind of light that belongs only to the first hour of day. The curtain at the window lifted and fell with each small turn of the breeze, letting in a coolness that touched his face before spreading slowly across the room. Thomas swung his legs over the side of the bed and let his feet rest on the cool floorboards. The wood felt the same as it had every morning, solid, familiar, a quiet reassurance that the house was still holding its place in the world. He sat there for a moment, letting his hands rest on his knees, feeling the slow, steady beat of his own pulse. The stairs creaked in the same place as they always had as he made his way down. In the kitchen, the air carried the faint scent of dried herbs from the shelf near the window. He filled the kettle at the pump sink, the water flowing with a clean, steady sound that matched the rhythm of his movements. Soon the low hum of the flame took up its place in the room, a small heartbeat of heat against the morning's cool. While the kettle warmed, Thomas stepped out onto the porch. The field was there as it always was, waiting. A thin mist clung to the low places, rising where the sun's light had begun to touch the grass. The ridge beyond the orchard was lined with the silhouettes of the oaks, their branches still heavy with night. Somewhere down the lane, a bird began its song, and others followed, their voices overlapping without haste. He leaned against the porch post, drawing the morning air into his lungs. It was different from the night air, lighter, tinged with the scent of dew and the faint sharpness of leaves opening to the day. He thought of his dream then, of the moonlit field stretching farther than it ever had in waking life. The memory of it sat easily within him, like a stone smoothed by the creek's water, something to be turned over now and again, not for answers, but for the comfort of its shape. The kettle's whistle reached him, not loud, but enough to pull him gently back inside. He poured the hot water over the tea leaves in his mug, the rising steam curling into the cool air. With the mug in hand, he returned to the porch and lowered himself into the rocker. The first sip was warm, carrying the faint bite of mint and the roundness of honey left from yesterday. The sun broke over the ridge slowly, its light catching in the tops of the grasses before spilling toward the house. Shadows shifted, stretching and bending as the day took its first breaths. The windmill turned once, twice, its creak falling into step with the slow movement of the rocker beneath him. He sat there until the tea was gone, the cup warming and then cooling in his hands. The dream had faded now, but its peace remained, blending into the morning like mist lifting from the field. There would be work ahead, fences to check, a row in the garden that might need weeding, but for now there was no urgency. The day could begin in its own time. Thomas set the empty cup on the porch rail and let his gaze travel the length of Miller's field. It was the same field that had greeted him yesterday, the same field that would greet him tomorrow, and in its constancy, he found something worth holding on to. It reminded him that each day was part of a larger pattern, a rhythm as sure as the turning of the seasons, as steady as the wind moving through the grass. He took one last deep breath before rising, the boards under his feet carrying him back into the house. The morning had arrived fully now, and with it, the quiet knowledge that both the field and the man who tended it were ready to meet another day together. The day began without hurry. By the time Thomas stepped back onto the porch with his second cup of tea, the mist had lifted from the low places and the first clear warmth of the sun lay over Miller's field. The light was not yet sharp. It was the kind that touches everything gently, as if still remembering the softness of dawn. The grass caught it in 1,000 small ways, each blade bending to reflect it differently, making the field shimmer with quiet movement. He set the cup on the railing and stretched his arms, feeling the pleasant stiffness in his shoulders from yesterday's work. The field waited as it always did, but it never pressed him. There was time enough for the tasks ahead. Today, he thought, would be for the garden first. A dry spell had followed the last rain, and though the plants were still green and strong, they would need some tending. He gathered his tools from the shed, small things, the hand trowel, the worn wooden crate for any weeds he pulled, the tin watering can with its spout slightly bent from years of use. The shed door closed with its usual soft thud, a sound that had become part of the rhythm of his days. The path to the garden curved along the orchard's edge. The apple trees stood in their late summer fullness, leaves deep green, branches holding fruit that would not be ready for some weeks yet. A few early drops lay in the grass, their skins bruised but fragrant. Thomas stooped to pick one up, turning it in his palm. The scent rose instantly, crisp and clean, the promise of autumn hidden inside. He placed it on the fence rail for the deer or rabbits, small neighbors who would find it before long. The gate to the garden swung open with a slight squeak. Inside, the air was warmer, held close by the rows of plants and the soft walls of hedges around it. The beans had grown quickly, some curling over their poles, their pods hanging in pairs like small green lanterns. The tomatoes were heavy on their vines, their leaves smelling of sun and soil. Squash leaves sprawled wide, their undersides pale where the light did not reach. He began at the far row, kneeling to loosen the soil around the base of the plants. The earth was still damp a few inches down, cool against his fingers, and it broke apart easily under the trowel. Each weed he pulled came free with a faint tearing sound, roots releasing their hold, the soil falling back in soft clumps. He worked steadily, not rushing, letting the small sounds and scents of the garden fold around him. Bees moved lazily from blossom to blossom, their hum low and even. A wren darted between the hedges, pausing to sing before vanishing again. Now and then a breeze crossed the garden, bending the taller plants just enough to show their lighter sides before they settled back into place. When the rows were cleared, Thomas fetched the watering can from where it rested by the gate. He filled it at the pump, watching the water swirl up to the brim, catching the sunlight in quick, bright flashes. Back in the garden, he poured slowly at the base of each plant, the water soaking into the soil with a faint hiss. Drops clung to the leaves, reflecting the sky until they slid down to join the roots below. By the time he reached the last row, the sun had risen higher, drawing the first beads of sweat to his brow. He set the can aside and stood for a moment, looking over the garden. It was not perfect, no garden ever was, but it was alive and steady, and in its way it was enough. He carried the crate of weeds to the compost heap near the orchard, emptying them into the pile where they would break down over the weeks to come. The smell there was rich and earthy, full of the work of unseen things. He turned the top layer with the pitchfork, the sound of the tines sliding through the pile quiet and deliberate. Back at the house, he paused on the porch steps, brushing the soil from his hands. The field stretched before him, the light now stronger but still warm, carrying the faint shimmer of heat. Beyond the ridge, clouds were gathering, thin and high with the look of weather that might bring rain in a day or two. Inside, he placed the tools back in their place, the crate against the wall, the watering can by the door. In the kitchen, he sliced a tomato from the garden, sprinkled it with salt, and ate it standing at the counter. The juice was sweet, carrying the taste of the morning sun and the coolness of the soil together. He took his plate to the porch, sitting in the rocker with the last of his tea. The windmill turned in the distance, slow and sure, its voice carrying faintly across the field. The air smelled of warm grass and the lightest trace of clover. Thomas leaned back, the chair finding its steady arc, and let the stillness take hold. The work was done for now. The field was quiet, and in that quiet, the day stretched open before him, not as a list to be finished, but as a place to belong. By the time the sun began its slow climb toward the top of the sky, the morning had folded itself neatly into the shape of the day. The garden work was finished, the tools put away, and the quiet rhythm of the hours settled over Miller's field like a well-worn quilt. The light now carried a different weight than it had at dawn. It was fuller, more certain, and it lay on the land with a stillness that seemed to ask everything to pause. Even the wind slowed its passage, leaving the tall grasses to stand almost motionless, their seed heads swaying only when the faintest current passed through. Thomas stepped down from the porch and wandered along the fence line, his boots finding the familiar spots where the earth dipped slightly. The boards were warm beneath his hand when he rested it there, and the scent of sun-heated wood rose into the air. He followed the fence toward the sycamore at the far edge of the field, its broad leaves shifting just enough to cast moving patches of shade across the grass. When he reached the tree, he lowered himself to sit at its base, leaning back until the rough bark met the curve of his shoulders. From here, the field stretched out in both directions, meeting the horizon where the ridge drew its soft line against the sky. The sound of the world had grown quieter still, just the buzz of an occasional insect, the gentle creak of the sycamore's limbs, and somewhere, far off, the muted call of a crow. He let his eyes follow the clouds, their slow drift reminding him that there was nothing in this hour to be hurried. The shapes shifted without effort, one moment a stretch of pale wool, the next a softened edge dissolving into the blue. From his pocket, Thomas pulled the small folding knife his father had once carried. Its handle was worn smooth from years of use, the metal blade dulled in places where it had been sharpened and resharpened over time. He reached for a fallen twig and began to work it down to a thin point, the shavings curling away like ribbons before settling on the grass. The act was without purpose beyond the doing of it, just something for his hands to follow while his thoughts wandered. The memory of the dream from last night still sat somewhere at the back of his mind, softened now, but not gone. In the dream, the moonlit field had seemed endless, each blade of grass glinting as if lit from within. He thought about how dreams could hold a truth that wakened life could not quite name, a truth not in facts, but in the way they made the heart feel at rest. A warm patch of sunlight found his shoulder through the leaves, and he shifted slightly to let it spread across his back. It was the kind of heat that eased the muscles, drawing away whatever small tensions might have been left from the morning's work. Somewhere in the orchard, a breeze moved through the apple trees, carrying with it the faint sweetness of ripening fruit. It reached him in a soft wave, blending with the smell of the grass in the dry, steady scent of the sycamore's bark. After a while, Thomas rose and made his way back toward the house, walking in the narrow band of shade that the fence offered. He stepped inside to refill his glass at the pump sink, the cold water running over his hands before filling the tumbler. Droplets clung to the glass as he carried it to the porch, the first sip cooling his throat in a way that made the warmth outside seem more welcome. The rocker waited where he had left it. He settled in, placing the glass on the railing beside him. The chair found its rhythm again, forward, back, forward, each motion unhurried, each creak of the wood folding into the stillness of the day. The hours between late morning and midday were the slowest ones, Thomas thought. Not in a way that pressed against you, but in a way that gave you room. The kind of room that let you feel the pulse of the land in its quiet work, the steady growth of roots and stems beneath the surface, the unseen stirring of life in the soil. He could feel the day leaning toward noon, but there was no need to move yet. The light over Miller's field was steady, the shade under the porch roof deep enough to keep him cool, and the air held a calmness that seemed to promise the afternoon would arrive gently. In that moment, Thomas felt the rare completeness of simply being, no task demanding him, no thought pulling him ahead, no past weighing heavy behind, just the even breath of the day, the quiet field, and the slow, certain turning of time. By midday, the sunlight had settled into its strongest place, leaning over the land in a golden weight that touched every corner of Miller's field. The shadows had drawn close beneath the trees, thick and cool, while the grass in the open stood in the quiet heat, each blade still and bright. The air was full and steady, holding the faint hum of insects as though it were part of its own breath. Thomas could feel the warmth deepen across his forearms as he finished the last of his water. The porch boards beneath his boots carried their own kind of heat, less sharp than the air, more like the slow seep of a stove after a morning's fire. He let himself stand there for a while, gazing out over the fence where the field rolled away toward the ridge. The windmill's arms had nearly stilled, turning only when a soft current passed through, and even the crows seemed to have given their voices to the hush. It was the hour of the day when work bent its head in respect to the sun. The garden had been tended, the morning's task set aside. What remained was not so much rest as it was belonging, a quiet part in the day's unhurried conversation. He stepped back into the house, letting the door ease shut behind him. Inside, the air held a dimmer light, the kind that gathers in corners and under shelves. It smelled faintly of the wood stove's past fires and of the flour sacks neatly stacked against the pantry wall. Somewhere in the back room, the clock ticked with a patience that matched the field's own. Thomas moved through to the kitchen and took down the small tin of tea leaves from the cupboard. He filled the kettle at the pump, the cold water splashing briefly against the tin basin before finding its stillness. On the stove, the kettle sat waiting, and as the flame caught beneath it, a soft hiss began to join the quiet. While the water warmed, he cut a slice from the loaf of bread baked the day before. Its crust was still firm, and the knife moved through it with a sound like soft paper tearing. He spread a thin layer of honey across the bread, the golden light from the window catching in its surface. The honey had come from the hives on the far side of the orchard, a gift from a neighbor whose bees had worked the clover and apple blossoms in the spring. The kettle's whistle rose gently, not urgent, and Thomas poured the water over the waiting leaves. The steam carried the scent of the tea into the kitchen, earthy and calm. He set the cup on the table and sat for a while, the bread and honey beside him, the air around him holding that still, suspended feel of midday in the countryside. After eating, he took his cup to the front room. This was the coolest place in the house at this hour, the shutters half drawn to keep out the high light. A woven rug lay across the floor, its colors muted by time, and the armchair beside the window was already shaped to his way of sitting. He lowered himself into it, feeling the fabric's welcome and the slow give of the cushions. From here, the view opened onto the orchard's edge, where the trees stood like quiet companions. The heat shimmered faintly at their feet, and beyond them, the field spread away in the same golden stillness he had left outside. The cup warmed his hands as he drank. Each sip moved slowly, as though the tea had borrowed the day's pace for itself. His thoughts drifted easily, carrying pieces of the morning with them. The scent of the tomato he had sliced, the weight of the garden soil in his palms, the way the sycamore leaves had whispered against one another in the breeze. Somewhere beyond the fence, a grasshopper sprang into the air, its sound brief and dry before the quiet closed over it again. The clock in the back room marked the moments without pressing them forward, each tick blending with the rhythm of his own breath. When the tea was gone, Thomas set the cup aside and leaned back, letting his eyes rest. The air from the open window moved faintly against his cheek, carrying the warmth of the day softened by the shade. He did not think of sleep, but it came in its own way, first as a deepening of stillness, then as the gentle folding of the world, until it felt as though he were inside the very heart of the afternoon. The house, the field, the orchard, the ridge, they all seemed to breathe together, slow and steady as the light continued its quiet work outside. There was no need to hold the moment or to let it go. It was enough simply to be part of it. When Thomas opened his eyes again, the light in the room had shifted. It was no longer the strong, upright brightness of midday, but something softer, angled, almost shy. The shutters filtered it into pale bands that lay across the rug, inching slowly toward the far wall. He could tell without looking at the clock that the day had leaned past its highest point and was beginning its quiet descent toward evening. For a moment he stayed where he was, letting the stillness settle over him. The chair held the warmth of his rest, and the faint scent of tea still lingered in the air, mingled with the dry sweetness of the wood that made up the old floor. Outside, the world was speaking again, just enough to let him know it was there. A distant hum of cicadas drifted in through the open window, steady and unhurried, while somewhere closer a bee moved from bloom to bloom, its low drone weaving in and out of the orchard shade. He rose slowly, careful not to break the peace that seemed to belong to this hour. At the basin, he splashed his face with the cool water drawn that morning, feeling the droplets run down his neck and vanish into the heat of his skin. On the windowsill above, a jar of marigolds caught his attention, their orange petals holding a color that felt almost like the sun's own memory. Stepping outside, Thomas found the air had changed. The sharpness of midday was gone, replaced by a gentler warmth that moved easily over the land. Shadows were beginning to lengthen across Miller's field, the tips of the grasses bending ever so slightly in the breeze. He walked to the porch railing, resting his forearms on the sun-warmed wood, and let his gaze travel over the field's expanse. The sky was beginning its slow work of deepening, the blue richer now, with a faint trace of silver on the horizon, where clouds gathered in lazy shapes. He could see the ridge more clearly, the edges softened by the afternoon light, and beyond it the suggestion of woods he had walked through countless times, each path holding its own quiet story. A thought came to him, not sharp, but in the way of something returning after a long absence. How each day seemed to carry its own music if you knew how to listen. Today's melody was slow and low, built from the hum of insects, the occasional call of a bird in the orchard, and the nearly silent turning of the windmill. Even the grass seemed to add its part, rustling only when the air stirred enough to remind him it was alive. He stepped down from the porch and followed the narrow path between the house and the garden. The tomato plants, heavy now with fruit, stood in neat rows, their leaves brushing against his hands as he passed. He paused to lift one of the larger tomatoes, feeling its weight and warmth, before letting it rest again on the vine. Beyond the garden, the fence opened to the field. Thomas unlatched the gate and walked through, the sound of the hinges soft and familiar. The grass brushed against his boots, dry at the tips but cool nearer the roots. He let his hand drift along the tops, the seeds breaking loose here and there to float into the air. Halfway across the field, he stopped to listen. The breeze carried the smell of hay from a neighboring pasture, mixed with the faint sweetness of clover. Somewhere nearby, the cry of a hawk echoed briefly before fading into the ridge's quiet. The light touched everything with a tenderness that made him think of the way an old friend might place a hand on your shoulder, wordless but full of meaning. He made his way toward the sycamore, its broad trunk holding a patch of shade that had begun to lengthen toward the fence. Sitting at its base, he leaned back against the bark, feeling its rough texture steady against his spine. The branches moved slightly overhead, letting the light fall in shifting patterns across the grass. From here, Miller's field looked as it had for decades, open, patient, unchanged in all the ways that mattered. He could almost imagine the younger version of himself running across it with bare feet, chasing the shadow of a kite or the drifting path of a wayward cloud. Those memories came not as sharp images, but as a feeling that belonged to the land itself, as if the field had kept them safe for him all these years. Thomas stayed there until the sun dipped lower, its light now grazing the tops of the grasses, setting them aglow from within. The field seemed to breathe with him, each gust of wind carrying the same slow rhythm as his own heart. Eventually, he rose and began the walk back toward the house. The gate closed behind him with its familiar click, and the porch steps felt cool beneath his boots. He took his seat in the rocker, watching as the sky began to tip toward the colors of evening. The day was not over, but it was leaning into that quiet, luminous time when the light itself seemed to linger just a little longer, unwilling to let go. And in that pause, between afternoon and evening, Thomas felt the deep, unspoken contentment of belonging fully to a place, to a moment, and to the gentle passing of time. The evening light came quietly. It didn't arrive all at once, the way a lamp fills a dark room, but instead spilled slowly from the west, like a jar of warm honey tipping in careful measure. At first, it was only a change in the edges of things, the way the fence posts seemed softer, their weathered wood glowing from within, or the way the far ridge began to blur at its seams with the sky. Then, as if finding its courage, the light deepened, wrapping the field in a golden hush that felt both present and timeless. Thomas leaned back in his rocker, one boot resting lightly against the porch rail. From where he sat, the entire sweep of Miller's field lay before him. The grasses turned to copper under the sun's slow descent. Each blade caught a thread of the light, so that the field shimmered faintly with every shift of the wind. He could hear the low murmur of evening sounds beginning to gather. The cicadas had changed their pitch, now softer, as if the day's heat had mellowed their voices. From the orchard, a robin gave a single deliberate call, an announcement to no one in particular, a reminder that night was on its way. Somewhere beyond the field, the creek was speaking in its quiet, unhurried voice, the kind that only those who had walked beside it for years would know how to hear. Thomas let his hands rest open on the arms of the chair. The wood was warm from the day's sun, but cooling now as the air shifted. He noticed the scent, too, how the field seemed to exhale in the evening, giving up the day's store of grass and earth and distant hay. It came to him on the breeze, unhurried and generous, as though it had all the time in the world to reach him. He thought of how many evenings he had sat here in his life, and how each one seemed to carry its own small blessing. There had been evenings when the sky was washed in pale blues, others when it burned deep orange, and still others when clouds lay heavy over the ridge and the light was only a suggestion. But always, there was this same stillness, a space in the day where nothing was required of him except to notice. As the sun lowered further, the sycamore at the field's edge cast a long, gentle shadow toward the house. Its leaves moved with the lightest breeze, turning their pale undersides to the gold. Beyond it, the grass rippled in soft waves, catching the sun like water might catch the reflection of fire. Thomas rose, his joints protesting only slightly, and made his way down the steps. The ground felt different underfoot now, the heat of the day mostly gone, replaced by the cool that crept in with the lengthening shadows. He followed the porch path around to the western side of the house, where the view opened more widely to the setting sun. Here, the light struck full on the windows, turning their panes into squares of molten gold. He could see his reflection there, faded, transparent, as though the glass were holding him in both the present and some earlier time. For a moment, he thought of his younger self standing in this same spot, watching the same sunset, not yet knowing how many such evenings he would see. He lingered there until the sun slipped lower, casting its last richest light across Miller's field. The grasses seemed to lean into it, as if they knew this was their moment to shine before night drew its quiet veil. Birds moved in the hedgerow, their wings quick against the air, finding their places to settle. When Thomas turned back toward the porch, he carried that light with him, not in his hands, but in the way his steps felt slower, more certain, as though the day's final gift was a reminder to walk gently through the world. On the porch again, he lowered himself into the rocker and let its familiar rhythm take hold. The evening was fully here now, the light deepening into amber, then into a soft, lingering rose. Soon the first stars would appear above the ridge, small and sure in the widening dark. For now, though, he simply sat, breathing in the last of the day, letting the field's quiet settle into him the way it always had, like a friend whose presence needed no words. By the time the sun's last edge sank behind the ridge, the light in the field had changed from gold to something deeper, as though it had drawn its warmth inward for the night. A faint blue shadow moved across the grass, gathering in the low places first, then slowly climbing to meet the tree line. The air cooled just enough to raise a soft shiver on the skin, and Thomas reached for the old cardigan draped over the back of the rocker. Its wool carried the scent of cedar from the chest inside, a quiet comfort that seemed to belong only to evenings like this. From the porch, he could see the first star appear, a small pinprick in the darkening blue, not yet bright, but certain. Soon there would be more, each one arriving with its own patient light. Above the orchard, the sky still held a faint band of rose, the last remnant of day, and the sycamore's leaves shivered faintly against it. The sounds of the evening had begun to settle in their rightful places. A whip-poor-will called from somewhere near the creek, its voice carrying in slow, even phrases. Crickets tuned the air with their steady rhythm, weaving a soft background to everything else. Every now and then, a distant cow lowed from a pasture far beyond Miller's field, the sound rounded and gentle in the cooling air. Thomas leaned back in the rocker, feeling its slow arc beneath him. Each creak of the wood was an old companion's voice. The porch boards, too, spoke in their own language, slight shifts and sighs as they released the heat stored through the day. It was in this kind of light, in this unhurried quiet, that the field seemed to speak most clearly, not in words, but in the way the grasses leaned with the evening breeze, in the way the earth's scent rose richer as the day let go. He thought of the field as more than land. It was a keeper of seasons, of years layered quietly upon one another, each summer's work folded into the soil, each autumn's rest carried in the roots. His eyes traced the gentle rise toward the far fence, remembering how, as a boy, he had run that stretch at full speed, the grass brushing his legs, the wind loud in his ears. He could almost feel it now, the sharp sweetness of breathing hard, the burst of joy at reaching the fence and turning back toward home. That fence was older now, its rails leaning a little, the wood silvered by weather, but still it marked the edge of the field as it always had. A flicker of light near the hedgerow caught his eye. Fireflies had begun their quiet dance, each tiny lamp appearing for only a heartbeat before vanishing into the dusk. They moved without hurry, as though they too understood the rhythm of the evening. Thomas watched them for a long time, letting their glow pull him into a kind of reverie. When the breeze shifted, it brought with it the smell of wood smoke, faint but familiar. Somewhere beyond the ridge, perhaps a neighbor had lit their stove, preparing for the night's first meal. That scent threaded itself into his memory, carrying with it images of long ago suppers, stew simmering in a heavy pot, bread cooling on the table, lamplight pooling over worn plates. He stayed there as the night deepened, the cardigan wrapped close, his breath moving in time with the field's quiet. The crickets' song seemed endless now, their chorus rising and falling in waves. Overhead, the stars had multiplied, scattered in patterns he had known all his life but never tired of tracing. In this moment there was nothing to hold on to and nothing to release. The day had done its work, and now it was the night's turn to keep watch. The porch, the field, the ridge, all of it felt bound together in a single slow heartbeat. Thomas closed his eyes for a moment, listening. The sounds, the scents, the feel of the cool air, all of it settled around him like a quilt. He thought of how tomorrow's light would return to this same field, how the rhythm would begin again, unbroken as it always had. That thought held a kind of promise, quiet but sure, and he let it rest within him as the rocker moved gently beneath him. The night arrived without ceremony. It did not rush in to take the day's place, but drifted forward as though it had been waiting in the wings all along, patient and unhurried. The last thread of sunset faded to gray, and in its place the first light of the moon rose over the far ridge. It was a thin, bright crescent, the kind that seemed almost shy, appearing only long enough to place its silver mark upon the world before retreating behind the darkening blue. Miller's field changed under that light. The tall grasses, which had glowed like copper in the late sun, now took on a softer hue. silver green with the tips gleaming like threads pulled from the hem of an old beloved quilt. The shadows too had shifted, they no longer stretched long across the earth, but gathered close, folding themselves into the low places as though to rest. Thomas remained in his rocker, the cardigan pulled snug around his shoulders. The night air carried a sharper cool now, but it was not the kind of cold that unsettled. It was the clean, open coolness that made each breath feel like a draft from a deep well. The smell of the earth had deepened, carrying hints of damp soil and fallen leaves, though autumn was still a ways off. Somewhere in the hedgerow, a single cricket called steadily, as if keeping time for all the others. Far above, the stars were taking their full places. The early ones, Vega, Altair, had already claimed their spots in the dome, their light as steady as old friends. And now, the fainter stars were joining, spilling across the sky in an unbroken sweep. Thomas had learned their names as a boy from his father, who would sit with him on nights much like this, pointing them out one by one. He could still hear that voice, low and sure, telling him the stories that belonged to each constellation. The memory did not come with sadness, only with the quiet certainty that such nights linked past and present in ways words could never fully explain, just as the field held the imprint of every season before. So the night sky seemed to hold the memory of every gaze that had ever turned upward to meet it. Thomas's eyes drifted to the edge of the porch, where the shadows of the sycamore's branches lay patterned across the boards. They shifted gently with the breeze, a slow dance of shapes and light. Beyond it, the fireflies were still at their work, their faint lamps rising and vanishing in the cool air. When he was a child, he had chased them through the grass, cupping them in his hands to see their glow up close. He had never kept them long, just a moment or two before letting them go. Even then, he seemed to know that their light was meant for the night itself, not for the keeping. Now, he watched them from his seat, their small flickers marking the dark like notes on a sheet of music only the evening could play. Somewhere far off, a dog barked twice, then fell silent. The sound seemed to roll across the field and fade into the hills. From the creek came the faintest glimmer of water under moonlight, winding its way unseen, the same as it had for generations. That thought too was a comfort, that there were things in the world that moved at their own pace, untouched by hurry or change. Thomas let his head rest against the chair's back, feeling the steady rhythm of the rocker beneath him. He knew he could sit here for hours and never feel the need to rise. The night had a way of holding him still, of smoothing away the restless edges left over from the day. It asked nothing of him except to be present, to breathe, to listen. The moon had risen higher now, laying its pale light evenly across Miller's field. Every blade of grass seemed edged in silver. The fence rails gleamed faintly, their worn surfaces catching the glow. Even the air itself seemed touched by it, carrying a brightness that made the darkness softer, less absolute. And in that softened dark, Thomas felt the kind of peace that was not loud or showy, but steady. A peace that came from knowing the world outside his door was as it should be, and that for tonight, nothing more was required of him. The night's quiet was deep enough now that even the small sounds felt amplified. Not loud, never loud, but present, like faint ripples in a still pond. The slow sway of the sycamore's branches, the faint tap of a moth against the porch light. Somewhere in the dark, a single frog's call, low and deliberate, as if it were speaking to no one in particular, only answering the night itself. Thomas's gaze lingered on the moonlit field, but his mind, unbidden, began to drift back, sliding into a memory that felt as near as the air on his skin. It was another night much like this one. Many years ago, the field had been his father's then, and the grass, freshly cut, lay in neat windrows under the same pale light. He could see himself there, barefoot, a boy in overalls, the damp earth cool beneath his feet. The scent of the cut hay was strong, almost sweet, and his father's shadow stretched long beside him. They walked without hurry, the boy matching his father's stride, both of them carrying lanterns that swung gently with each step. He remembered the way the light from those lanterns pooled on the ground, spilling across the stubble in warm circles. The rest of the field lay in silver, but where the lantern's glow fell, the world looked almost golden again, as if holding on to a piece of the day. His father hadn't spoken much. He hadn't needed to. The steady presence of him was enough. The way he carried himself, the quiet certainty in his steps, the occasional nod as though to say, "Yes, this is how it's meant to be." They had stopped near the old fence line, where the land sloped down toward the creek. There, his father had set the lantern on a fence post and leaned on the top rail, pointing out the curve of the creek in the moonlight, the darker shapes of the hills beyond. The boy had listened, the sound of the creek mixing with his father's voice until it became part of the memory itself, a kind of music that would never leave him. Back on the porch now, decades later, Thomas could almost feel the rough grain of that fence rail under his hands. He could almost hear the way his father had cleared his throat before speaking, the way he would pause as though the land deserved a moment's silence before being spoken about. The memory settled over him like a second blanket, warm, familiar, and edged with the sweetness that was not sadness, but gratitude. Gratitude that the field still lay here, breathing under the same sky, holding the same quiet. Gratitude that the air still carried the scent of earth and grass, and that the moon still lifted itself over the ridge as it always had. The breeze shifted, brushing the porch with a cooler touch. It stirred the leaves in the hedgerow, and for a moment Thomas imagined he could hear footsteps, light, deliberate, through the grass. Not the hurried steps of someone passing through, but the unhurried tread of one who belongs to the land, as his father had, and as he himself did. Still out in the field, the fireflies had thinned, their glow less frequent now, as though they too were settling in for the night. The cricket's song had found a steady rhythm, joined now and then by a second voice, then returning to its lone refrain. Somewhere in the dark, the creek's murmur reached his ears, softer than in his memory, but still steady, still sure. Thomas let the rocker move beneath him, slow and even, matching the rhythm of the night. He thought of how many evenings had passed in this same place, how many more might still come. He thought of the way some moments, though small, seemed to gather their own weight, not because of what happened in them, but because of how they held you, how they made you feel known by the place you stood in. The moon had climbed higher now, its light softening the edges of every shape. The field no longer looked vast but close, as if it had drawn in around the farmhouse, wrapping it in its quiet. Thomas breathed it in, letting the stillness work its way into him, smoothing the furrows of thought, quieting the small, restless corners of the mind that daylight always seemed to stir. The night, it seemed, was keeping watch, not just over the field, but over him. The night had deepened fully over Miller's field when Thomas rose from his chair. The porch was cool beneath his feet, the wood softened by the shadows of the sycamore above. He stretched slowly, the movements deliberate and gentle, as if not to disturb the quiet that had settled like a gentle mist over the land. The moon hung low in the sky, a pale guardian casting silver light across the grasses, the fence rails, and the distant orchard. It was a light that made everything look familiar yet new, turning the ordinary into something almost sacred. Thomas stepped down from the porch and closed the door behind him softly, the latch clicking with a muted certainty. He walked along the path by the side of the house, the air cool and steady. Each step was measured, a small sound against the larger silence. The crickets sang their nightly song, weaving a steady rhythm that seemed to stretch out into the farthest reaches of the field. Somewhere in the distance, the low call of an owl answered, a slow, deliberate voice that carried the weight of the night itself. Reaching the fence, Thomas leaned his hands against the weathered wood. The boards were cool beneath his palms, their roughness familiar as old skin. He let his eyes trace the line where the fence met the dark silhouette of the orchard, and beyond it the soft rise of the ridge. The night sky stretched wide above, a deep blue canvas scattered with stars, each one a distant light holding its place without hurry or question. He thought of the countless evenings spent here, in this very place, watching the sky move through its slow, steady dance. He remembered his father's voice telling stories of the constellations, how each star had a story, a meaning that connected the heavens to the earth below. Those stories were more than just tales. They were a map of belonging, of reminders that the world held more than the day's work and worry. The breeze shifted, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the faint sweetness of the orchard's night blooms. Thomas closed his eyes for a moment, letting the cool air wash over him, smoothing away the small tensions that sometimes gathered in his shoulders and back. The night was a balm, gentle and sure, ready to cradle him in its quiet arms. When he opened his eyes, the fence line was still there, unchanged yet transformed by the moon's light. The grasses swayed faintly in the breeze, their movement like a soft sigh. He stepped forward along the path, each footfall steady and calm. The world around him was simple and whole, no need for noise or haste. Here, in the stillness of the night, the field spoke a language older than words, a language that asked only for attention and presence. Thomas walked slowly toward the orchard, the path familiar beneath his boots. The trees stood tall and shadowed, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. He paused at the edge, looking out across the field once more before turning back toward the whole house. The night had deepened still further now, but he did not hurry. Each step was part of a rhythm, a steady unfolding that belonged as much to the land as to the man who walked it. Returning to the porch, he settled once more into the rocker, pulling the cardigan tighter around his shoulders. The chair moved with its familiar creak, its motion a steady tide that carried him toward rest. The stars shone brighter now, their light cool and constant. The field breathed in the darkness, holding the promise of the morning to come. And Thomas, wrapped in the quiet company of land and sky, let himself be carried gently toward sleep, the night's soft embrace closing around him like a well-loved song. The night had drawn its curtain fully over Miller's field. A deep, gentle darkness settled like a soft blanket across the land, smoothing the sharp edges of day into rounded shadows. The air had cooled completely now, carrying with it the faint and steady song of crickets, the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional distant hoot of an owl settling in for the hours ahead. Thomas lay in bed, the familiar weight of the quilt drawn up to his chest. The window beside him was open, the curtain lifting and falling in slow, measured breaths with the night breeze. The scent of the earth and grass outside drifted in, mingling with the faint warmth of the room. He could feel the steady rhythm of his own breath, a quiet echo of the larger rhythm of the world beyond. His thoughts were gentle, like the night itself, slow-moving streams of memory and feeling that did not demand attention, but offered comfort instead. He thought of the field, of the orchard, of the creek that sang beneath the sycamore's watchful boughs. Each place held its own quiet song, its own unspoken promise to be there, unchanged and steady when he returned. The sky above the ridge was scattered with stars, their light faint but sure. Thomas could remember the stories his father had told him of the great bear, the hunter, the river of stars, and how those tales had been a kind of map for the night. They had given shape to the darkness, made it something to be known and trusted rather than feared. He imagined himself once again sitting by the sycamore, the moonlight catching the tips of the grasses and casting long, gentle shadows. The field seemed alive with whispered histories, each breeze carrying the voices of those who had walked here before, tending the land, listening to the same night sounds, resting under the same sky. The gentle rocking of the chair was gone now, replaced by the steady quiet of the house. The clock's ticking was faint, a steady heartbeat marking the passage of time. Thomas felt the stillness settle deeper into him, smoothing away the worries and noise of the day, until all that remained was the soft pulse of presence, here now in the quiet company of night. And as the last trace of wakefulness slipped away, carried on the slow turning of the earth, he let himself fall fully into the arms of rest. The field held him, the sky held him, and the night's gentle song became a lullaby, steady and sure, carrying him toward dreams as soft and steady as the turning of the seasons. Good night, dear friend. May the gentle light of Miller's Field guide your dreams, and may you find in the quiet of the story the peace you seek. Rest well, knowing that the earth keeps its watch, steady and kind, until morning's light returns. Before you drift away, I wonder, what gentle memory from your day might you carry softly into the night?